You're alone now. Not the kind of alone that aches like absence, not the kind that echoes, but the kind that drapes itself softly over your shoulders like a wool blanket, quiet, heavy, warm. The kind of alone that you don't flee from, but slip into willingly, like stepping out of your day clothes and into the stillness of your own skin. It's late. The world beyond the walls has gone dim and distant. The traffic has softened to a hush. The screens are dark. The door is closed. Outside, rain taps gently at the window, a rhythmic murmur like the world remembering how to whisper. Inside, the light is low golden, almost flickering. A candle maybe, a dim lamp maybe, just enough to keep the dark company, not enough to chase it away. And here you are, not doing, not performing, not responding, just being, just breathing. You might notice the strange hum beneath everything, that uncanny stillness that only appears when the noise dies down. It's not empty, this quiet. It's full of something subtle, something you can almost feel brushing the edges of your thoughts, like a breeze that doesn't move your hair, but stirs something far deeper. Maybe this is the first time today or this week that no one is asking anything of you. No one watching, no one expecting, no one grading the invisible performance of your okayness. The masks fall away here, not with a crash, but a sigh. And yet, there's still someone in the room with you. A presence, a gaze, yours. That strange, sideways attention of the self, watching yourself in the stillness, not quite critically, not quite lovingly either, just aware. Who are you now when no one else is looking? What shape do you take when there's no mirror but your own awareness? There's a kind of solitude that isn't lonely, though it might look that way from the outside. It's not a void, it's a sanctuary, a psychic clearing where the noise of the world falls away and something older can rise, something unfiltered, something real. Not the self you construct to be palatable, not the clever one, the useful one, the impressive one, but the quiet one, the listening one, the one who doesn't need to prove or explain or adjust. There's a sacredness to this inner court, not because it's grand, but because it's untouched. This is where the soul steps out of costume. Maybe in the corner of your mind you sense him, the fool, not foolish, not broken, but paradox in motion, the wanderer who knows more than he admits, the one who laughs at the edge of things barefoot, carrying nothing but a flower and a mirror. He walks the boundary between meaning and mystery, between mask and marrow. He doesn't teach, he invites. And in his presence, even your thoughts start to soften. You begin to hear your own voice differently, not the one that recites your to-do list or critiques your reflection, but the deeper one, the voice that lives beneath language, the one that doesn't shout, the one that waits. You might not know what it's saying yet. That's okay. You don't have to. This is the moment before meaning, the breath before speech, the pause between tides. You've stepped into the quiet between your thoughts, and here things begin to shift. You may notice how the mind reaches instinctively for noise, for a screen, a task, a distraction, anything but this stillness, as if some part of you fears what you might hear in the silence, as if you've been trained to believe that your worth lies in doing, in output, in proving. Carl Rogers once spoke of conditions of worth, those unspoken rules we absorb, teaching us we must earn love, earn belonging, earn our place. So we build selves like armor, identities like houses we don't truly live in. But solitude, real solitude, undoes that. Not all at once, not violently. gently. It holds you, as Winnicott said, in a psychic cradle, a place safe enough for the true self to emerge. Not the self shaped by expectation, but the one that simply is. There's something Taoist in this, in the way stillness carries its own kind of wisdom. Wu Wei, the action of non-action, the presence that doesn't push. And maybe that's what you're feeling now. The quiet not as absence, but as invitation, like a pool that only reflects clearly when it's undisturbed. You don't have to dive in. You don't have to understand. Just notice. Just feel. Maybe this room isn't a room at all, but a mirror. A dim, sacred mirror that shows you not your face, but your being. And what if in the periphery of that mirror, something moves? A flicker. A glimmer of the fool, perhaps, grinning, tilting his head, as if to say, it's not about finding answers. It's about staying long enough to hear the right questions. Or maybe it's just you, your reflection, the one that's been waiting behind all the noise, all the stories. And if something in this quiet speaks to something in you, I'll be here again tomorrow. You're always welcome softly, silently, without needing to explain why. Let the candle flicker. Let the rain speak. The silence doesn't rush. It waits. It opens not with answers, but with space. And maybe as your breath slows and your shoulders soften, you'll begin to feel it too. The quiet that's been waiting for you to come home. The room isn't silent. Not really. Even now, beneath the hum of the fridge, the soft buzz of a street lamp outside, there's another rhythm pulsing through the twitch of your fingers toward the screen. A familiar hunger, not for food, not for drink, but for something else. The glow, the scroll, the soft ping like a whisper saying you are not alone. You check. Again. The feed spins. Messages flood like tiny waves brushing the shore of your awareness, each one pulling you slightly farther from yourself. You laugh at a meme you don't really find funny. You tap a heart. You type LOL. And yet somewhere in your chest, something curls tighter. You weren't always this way. But it's been a long time since you trusted silence. Because silence doesn't just sit there, it speaks. It echoes. And sometimes what it says is unbearable. You remember being small, curled beneath a blanket, while the hallway light leaked under the door. The adults were laughing, or arguing, or nothing at all. Just the TV, maybe. The low murmur of something happening without you. And in that hush, the thudding of your own heartbeat felt too loud. So you learned to fill it. First with toys, then music, then words. Later the tick of alerts, the vibration of meaning arriving at your fingertips. Little signals saying you exist. Every ping like applause for showing up. Every swipe a soft permission to stay distracted. Noise became your armor. Busy became your proof. And now, even in rest, you don't rest. You hover. Skinner would say you've been conditioned. The dopamine loops reward you. Tap, tap, reward. Tap, tap, avoid. Avoid what though? Sometimes when the battery dies or the Wi-Fi cuts out, you catch a glimpse, a sensation in your stomach, a flutter of loneliness, or maybe something even more vulnerable. Grief, unnamed and ancient. Not for anyone in particular, but for the you that never got to fully arrive. The noise kept you safe, but it also kept you slightly away from what's yourself. There's a version of you beneath all the performances, beneath the performative joy, the filtered face, the I'm just checking in messages. A version that sits still, a version that breathes slower, a version that has something to say, if only you'd listen. But listening is dangerous, isn't it? Because what if the quiet reveals what you've worked so hard to outrun? You check again. A message, a like, a video, a voice note, relief, and yet fatigue. It's like standing under a waterfall of input. At first it feels good, soothing, alive, but eventually it wears you down. It doesn't nourish, it erodes. There's a reason Heidegger called it idle talk, the noise of daily speech that clouds being itself. We say we hear, we react, but do we know? Do we touch? You haven't touched your own attention in days. Simone Weil once wrote that attention is the rarest and purest form of generosity. Imagine turning that gift inward. Imagine looking at yourself the way you look at someone you truly want to know, not for answers, not for stories to share, but for presence. Noticing, stillness isn't emptiness. It's a room where you finally arrive, but your arrival feels so slow, so awkward, like stepping on stage after the show is over. The seats are empty, the lights dim, and suddenly it's just you. And what if you don't like who you see? What if you've only ever been seen in pieces? Laughter here, ambition there, resilience on display, and never in your raw, unscripted totality. So you return to the glow, to the loop. But now you're noticing it. You're not judging, just noticing. The way your hand reaches before you've thought. The way your heart skips when there's no notification. The way silence feels like falling. Attachment theory would whisper something here. That perhaps your avoidance of solitude isn't laziness. It's longing. A longing shaped by early fears of being left alone, not just physically, but emotionally. To be left unheld. So now you hold the noise because it doesn't leave. It flickers. It replies. It reflects. But it also crowds. There is grief here, yes. Grief for all the times you reached for presence and found performance instead. For all the moments you whispered into the void and only your echo returned. But what if that echo was you calling back? Not to shame, but to meet. You check again. Nothing new. And yet, something different. Because you're listening now, not to the feed, but to the ache. To the quiet beneath the static. To the question rising not from fear, but from tenderness. What happens when I stop performing even for myself? You feel it. The armor hasn't fallen, but maybe it's loosening. A chink here, a breath there, and the silence. It breathes with you now. You don't have to throw the armor down all at once. But maybe, tonight, you let it loosen just a little. And as the glow dims and the silence returns, something else begins to breathe beneath it. You tell people you're fine. You say it with ease now. Smile, rehearsed, tone, light eyes, steady. You even say it to yourself, especially to yourself. I'm fine. Even when your chest feels tight. Even when the quiet presses in like fog. You've been performing fine for so long. It wears like second skin. Not quite comfortable, but familiar. It gets nods. It gets approval. It makes things easier. At least on the surface. This false self, as Winnicott called it, isn't a lie exactly. It's a shape you learn to take. You shaped it young, when being too loud, too sad, too angry made the room go cold. When ease and good behavior earned smiles, maybe even love. So you trimmed yourself, smoothed your edges, became easy to love, or at least easy to keep. And now, the performance is muscle memory. You motivate yourself with pep talks that sound more like scripts. Come on, you've got this. Don't be weak. Lines you've delivered so many times, they echo in your inner monologue like a one-person show. Sometimes the applause comes, but it feels hollow. The curtain falls and no one's left to see you, not even you. You walk past mirrors, but avoid your own gaze. You scroll through your photos and wonder which one is real. The one with the smile, the one with the tired eyes, the one that feels like no one. Rogers once said that to be truly loved, you must be known. But how can anyone know you when even you are a mystery to yourself? This fine version of you doesn't cry at night. It doesn't question its worth. It doesn't pause and say, I don't know who I am. But maybe you do. Maybe that whisper in your stomach, that heaviness before sleep, that ache when you laugh too hard at something unfunny. Maybe that's truth knocking, not to scare you, to free you. You remember the dressing room, not a real one, an inner one. The place where you change into the version of yourself the world expects. You put on the smile. You rehearse the lines. You adjust the mask. And when it's over, you wash your face in the sink. The makeup runs. The mirror fogs. And still, you avoid looking up. Because what if the real you is disappointing, messy, needy? What if without the mask, there's nothing there? But what if there is, under the performance, the roles, the polished charm, there is a softness, a beginning. Festinger called it cognitive dissonance, the unease, when your outside doesn't match your inside. You felt it, that little jolt, when someone compliments your strength, and inside you're breaking. That hollow praise for being so resilient when all you want is rest. You're tired of earning love through effort, tired of being impressive just to feel safe. Sartre called this bad faith, hiding behind roles so we don't have to face the freedom of choosing who we really are. But you've done it to survive. You're not weak. You're tired of acting strong. You've been performing fine for years. You learned to be agreeable, cheerful, composed, even when your stomach was twisting, even when your voice wanted to crack. But what would happen if you stopped? Not forever, just for a breath. What if you let the lines drop? The world might not collapse. Maybe it might begin. Zen teachers speak of beginner's mind, a mind free of expectation, full of curiosity. Imagine meeting yourself that way, not through judgment, but with wonder. Who is this version of you beneath the practiced calm? Who is the one watching even now? From the quiet inside, you don't need answers yet, only the willingness to ask and to wait in the hush that follows. The lights are dim now. The audience is gone. The applause fades. And in the dressing mirror, your reflection blurs, not with tears, but with stillness. You take off the costume, not to discard it, but to finally feel your skin beneath it. The stage quiets. No one is watching. And in that hush, maybe you begin to watch yourself, not to judge or direct, just to notice, just to be. You hear it in your head, that voice, the one that narrates your day, comments on your choices, fills the silence when no one else is speaking. It says, you should have known better. It says, don't be lazy. Sometimes it sounds like you, but if you listen closely, it's not. Not entirely. It carries the tone of someone older, a parent, a teacher, a memory. It echoes the voices you once depended on to survive. You didn't choose the voice. It was shaped for you. Through correction, praise, disapproval, attention, absence, and slowly it became yours. Vygotsky called this private speech the inner guide formed by outer voices. You internalize their words to keep yourself safe, acceptable, loved. Even if the words hurt, you weren't self-hating. You were surviving. So now, when you falter, the voice kicks in. Not with comfort, but control. Not with patience, but pressure. It says, keep going. Don't feel that. Get over it. And you obey, because once not obeying meant rejection. But something in you is starting to wonder. Whose voice is this? Does it speak truth or habit? Because when you fail, it doesn't ask what you need. It scolds. When you're scared, it mocks instead of holds. When you long for rest, it calls you weak. You don't have to silence it. Just notice it. Ask it gently. Who are you trying to protect? Sometimes the harshest voice is a frightened one, a younger part of you trying to keep things in order, trying to stay loved. Internal family systems would call it a protector, not a villain, just a voice frozen in time. But you're not frozen anymore. You're here, breathing, capable of listening to yourself differently. Kristen Neff speaks of self-compassion not as indulgence, but as reparenting. Speaking to yourself as someone who deserves kindness, even when they fall, especially when they fall. So try this. When the voice snaps, don't snap back. Don't argue. Don't obey. Just ask, is there another voice here too? A quieter one, a slower one that doesn't push but wonders. Maybe it says, of course you're tired. Maybe it whispers, you didn't have to earn rest. Maybe it doesn't say anything at all, just sits beside you in silence, offering presence instead of performance. Kierkegaard said despair is forgetting who you are. But remembering doesn't have to be loud. It can start in a whisper. You find an old journal, pages in your handwriting, but they don't sound like you. Not anymore. The words are sharp, anxious, polished, trying to impress even yourself. You put it down and breathe. Right speech in Buddhism includes what we say inside our own minds. What would it mean to speak rightly to yourself? To speak with care? Maybe you don't need to be your harshest critic. Maybe you're allowed to be your first comfort. You won't change the voice overnight, but you can begin to notice. And when you do, you realize something. You're not wrong for having believed the voices. You were trying to stay safe. But now, as the room quiets and your heart leans in, maybe you're ready to ask what else could be true. It begins with a sound, not a word, not a whisper, a laugh, soft and strange, like someone chuckling just beyond the edge of reason. You pause, but no one's there. Just a crooked path, half lit by moonlight and the rustle of leaves that seem to know more than they let on. You follow it because something in the laugh felt familiar, not comforting exactly, but free. The trees part like curtains. A carnival appears abandoned, but alive. Striped tents, deflated balloons, mirrors lining the walls, like a house that remembers dreams you never dared speak aloud. And there in the center, spinning slow on a tightrope, suspended between two broken lampposts, the fool. Not a clown, not a buffoon. This one is older than satire, deeper than parody. His hat is wild with feathers and bells, and his grin isn't mocking, it's tender. Like he's seen everything you hide and still wants to dance for you. He doesn't ask permission. He just tosses you a question from the air. What makes you think you have to be so serious all the time you don't answer? Not because you can't, but because suddenly your answer feels like the wrong question. He twirls. He falls. He lands flat on his back, arms spread, staring at the stars. And he laughs. And you laugh too. But not just from amusement, from shock, from the little rupture in your armor. Because there's something about watching someone make a fool of themselves and enjoy it that shakes the tightness in your chest. You start to notice it, how laughter rises up at the exact place you're most afraid. The joke that makes you squirm. The story that's too real to be funny, but somehow is. And you realize the fool isn't trying to distract you. He's showing you where the doors are. You pass a mirror. It warps your face just slightly enough to make you tilt your head. In the corner of your reflection, you see a younger version of you. 5, maybe 6 years old. Trying hard to get it right. Standing straight, perfect posture, waiting for approval. The mirror flickers, and he's gone. Just you again, with a twitch of guilt on your lips. The fool is behind you now. He whispers, "Do you know what perfection really is?" You shake your head. A cage, made of glass and praise. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a feathered hat, absurd, beautiful, and places it in your lap. "Try it," he says. "See who you become when you stop trying to look wise." The bells jingle softly. You don't move right away. You remember school plays, job interviews, dinner tables, where truth had to dress up as silence. You remember how many times you made yourself smaller, tidier, more acceptable. You remember the laugh you stifled. The fool doesn't wait. He's already climbing something again, pointing at a sign you hadn't noticed. Truth enters through the side door. And suddenly it clicks. How often truth has slipped past your guards, not by confronting you, but by joking with you. How often the thing that broke you open started with discomfort and ended in strange relief. He cartwheels across your doubt like it's a stage built just for him. You want to ask him how he does it, how he lives without shame. But part of you already knows. It's not that he doesn't feel it. It's that he knows what it's for. Shame was meant to keep us safe. From exile, from judgment, from harm. But somewhere along the way, safety became sameness. You learned to trade pieces of yourself for belonging. You learned to laugh when it was expected and stay silent when it wasn't. But the fool never agreed to those terms. He interrupts your thought, hanging upside down now, toes hooked over a beam. Do you know, he says, what people fear more than death? You wait. Ridicule. His eyes sparkle. You wear masks like armor. But the more perfect the mask, the more invisible the soul behind it. He flips down lands in a bow, and your heart jumps. Not from fear, from recognition. You've done that, flipped out of your truth, booed to fit in, smiled to keep the peace. You've been the perfect one, the competent one, the one who doesn't fall apart. But the price was high. You traded laughter for control, magic for mastery, joy for justification. The fool tilts his head. What if your mistakes are the only honest parts left? The question hits like a gong. You don't know how to answer, but something in your chest loosens. Maybe you've spent so long trying to get it right, you forgot that life isn't a test. It's a dance, a stumbling, spinning, sometimes ridiculous dance. And maybe the places you fell were where something real tried to break through. The fool guides you, now not with words, but gestures. He shows you a series of mirrors. Each one reveals a version of you, the achiever, the caretaker, the skeptic, the rebel. Each one wears a different costume. Each one rehearsed a different role. But behind them all is the same pair of eyes. Your eyes. He leans close. They're all you, he says. But none of them are all of you. The carnival sways. Lights flicker. You're back at the center ring. He places a mirror in your hands this time. No distortions, no tricks. Just your face. Tired, hopeful questioning. And he says nothing. Just laughs again, soft, warm, and begins to walk away. The hat's still in your lap. You look at it. You pick it up. It's lighter than you thought. The Fool doesn't give you answers, only riddles. But somehow, as the sound of bells fades and your breath steadies, you're left smiling. And something in you softens just enough to ask the next question. You find yourself alone now. The carnival has dissolved into mist. Only the mirror remains, and in your other hand, a leather-bound book. Its spine, worn your name faintly engraved. You didn't notice when you picked it up, but somehow, it's always been there. The cover creaks as you open it, pages yellowed by time. The handwriting shifts, sometimes yours, sometimes not. Line after line of quiet commandments, invisible laws. Don't be a burden. Try harder. Never let them see you weak. You flip through faster now. So many rules. So many edits. Words crossed out, rewritten, softened to sound reasonable. You didn't write this. Not really. You inherited it. A parent's sigh, a teacher's glance, a silence that stretched too long. Little moments etched into belief, not by choice but by repetition. Repeated enough times, a sentence becomes a truth, and then a self. This book, it's the script you've been living, not consciously, not maliciously, just faithfully. A scene plays out in your mind. You walk into a room, smiling before you feel anything, offering before you're asked, apologizing just for being unsure. And somewhere beneath it, the line you don't say, but always hear, I have to earn my place. You pause. Where did that voice come from? You flip to the first page again. There's a date long ago. A memory floats up childhood, maybe 8 years old. A moment when you decided something quietly inside yourself. Not with words, but with emotion. You weren't chosen, or you were blamed, or ignored. And the story began. Next time I'll be better. No one told you to believe that, but no one corrected it either. And so the script grew. You feel a weight in your hands now, not heavy, just old. You start to notice the phrases that still echo, I always mess this up. I can't slow down. If I rest, I'll fall behind. If they really knew me, they're not facts. They're just lines, memorized in pain. And maybe it's time to question them. You reach a blank page, the first one. The rest of the book has been used, filled with shoulds and shouldn'ts edits and redactions. But this one waits. You don't need to rewrite it all at once. That's not the point. But maybe the act of noticing is the first real edit. You sit with it, letting the page remain empty for now. A pause in the monologue, a gap where something truer might emerge. Not everything written in the script is yours to carry. And maybe as your hands loosen around the page, a different voice begins to whisper, one not rehearsed, but remembered. There's no script now, just quiet. You think it's silence, but it isn't. There's something underneath, a murmur, a presence. You turn inward, listening. At first, the voice is faint, worn down by years of being ignored. But it's there. Not the voice you perform with, the one underneath. Sometimes it speaks in doubt, sometimes in fear. Sometimes it says nothing, just waits, curled up somewhere deep. You picture a child, small, watchful, sitting at the back of a forgotten room, surrounded by shelves of old memories. They're not crying, just waiting. You kneel beside them, gently. No fixing, no rushing. Just this, I hear you now. The child doesn't speak, not in words, but something shifts. The distance softens. You realize they were never asking for a solution, just presence. You think of how you've talked to yourself, the tone, the urgency, the pressure, as if your worth depended on never disappointing anyone. including you. But what if the voice inside doesn't want control? What if it wants care? A cracked bell begins to ring in your chest, not loud but steady. The sound of re-entry, of a part of you finding its way back. You don't need answers right now, just space. Some voices don't want to be changed, only heard. And as your breath deepens and the inner static quiets, you begin to sense it. The presence you were waiting for was always you. There's a room you rarely speak of because even in memory, it hushes you. The door doesn't close all the way, it sticks halfway, as though the house itself hesitated to trap you inside. The carpet is the same as it was then, worn thin, where small feet once paced back and forth, back and forth. A toy lies half buried beneath the edge of the bed. You recognize it even now. Not because of what it is, but because of what it held your attention, your silence, your company, when no one else came. You were not alone by accident. You were sent there, not always in anger. Sometimes just in passing, go to your room, said softly, but without invitation for return. Other times, more sharply, the tone snapping like a twig underfoot. But often it wasn't the words. It was the look. That look. The one that said you were too loud, too much, too needy. That your joy was irritating. That your tears were inconvenient. That your voice too high, too honest made the air too heavy. So you went. Obedient, not from discipline, but from heartbreak. And you waited. You waited with stories in your throat that had nowhere to land, with questions in your chest that pulsed like small birds beating against the ribs, with drawings crumpled in a wastebasket, not because they were wrong, but because no one looked. The lines you made were too bold, the colors too wild, or maybe they were perfect, and that was the problem no one noticed. You learned not to expect applause. You learned to create and destroy in the same breath. The silence in that room wasn't peace. It was exile. It hummed like a low electric ache behind the walls. You learned to make yourself smaller, not out of grace, but out of fear. You weren't punished with noise, but with absence. And absence is a teacher with cold hands. There were moments you practiced your words before saying them, rolled them around in your mouth, trimmed their edges, softened their vowels, and then didn't speak. Because you'd already heard the reply in your head. A sigh, a turn of the back, a laugh that wasn't with you. So you stopped. Not all at once. Quiet doesn't come in a single evening. It creeps in a missed opportunity here, a bitten tongue there, until one day the words no longer gather at the edge of your lips. They stay somewhere deeper, wrapped in gauze. You begin to believe it's better that way. That quiet is safety. That being unseen means being safe from harm. But it isn't safe. It's lonely. No one told you that, though. No one came into the room and said, "I see you're quiet. Does that mean you're hurting?" No one asked what silence had stolen, what it had cost. Because even those who loved you didn't always notice when you disappeared behind your own eyes. You remember sitting at the window, rain tracking lazy rivers down the glass. You counted them, named them maybe, pretended they were travelers or messengers, anything to pass the time. You didn't cry, not because you weren't sad, but because even your tears had learned to hide. There is a kind of grief too quiet to be noticed and too deep to be named. You were praised for being good, and good meant quiet. Good meant not interrupting. Good meant smiling when you didn't want to. Good meant listening more than speaking. Good meant pretending you weren't confused. Good meant apologizing first. But good is a cage gilded in adult approval. Sometimes you would hear laughter downstairs and wonder if it was about you, or worse, without you. You'd creep halfway down the hall, hoping someone would call you back. They didn't. You turned around. You learned how to retreat without sound. Years passed. The silence thickened. You got used to the taste of it, like air gone stale. You started thinking of solitude not as something that happened to you, but something you chose. You told yourself it was better this way. You convinced yourself you didn't need much. That needing made you weak. That talking was a risk. And even now, when the room is long gone, the silence follows. It lives in the way your throat tightens before speaking your mind, in the way you edit your truth to be palatable, in the way your heart speeds up before sharing how you really feel, in the way you pull away ever so slightly when someone leans too close, because closeness still carries a cost. But there is another truth, one that lives beneath the practiced quiet. You were never too much. You were never not enough. You were exactly right. In voice, in volume, in feeling. It's just no one mirrored you back. And without a mirror, a child forgets their shape. But maybe you remember now. Maybe just enough to let the remembering continue. Maybe you walk into that old room, not to punish yourself, but to witness. To sit on the bed where you once folded yourself inward. To pick up the toy and say you didn't do anything wrong. To take the crumpled drawing from the wastebasket, smooth it out, and look. Really look. What was taken in silence can also be returned in silence. Not all healing requires sound, only presence. And as your breath warms the air, maybe the room begins to feel a little less alone. Maybe the silence starts to listen back. There was a day, or maybe a dozen, when your laughter filled a room too brightly and the air shifted. Someone looked at you, not with delight, but with a smirk that curled sharp at the edges. Maybe it was a teacher, maybe a parent, maybe another child whose eyes flicked to the side before the first laugh fell. You didn't know the rules had changed until it was too late. Until you were already dancing or speaking or dreaming out loud, and then came the sting, a joke at your expense. A correction dressed as concern. A silence heavier than scolding. Don't be silly. Stop showing off. You're embarrassing yourself. That's how it began. Not as a storm, but as a slow turn in the weather. You had been the fool, not in shame, but in sacredness. Unafraid to wear colors that didn't match. Bold enough to ask questions no one could answer. You made forts out of furniture kingdoms, from cushions, voices for the shadows on the wall. You believed in things, in magic and kindness, in your own small genius. You laughed with your whole body. You played with no need for permission. But somewhere, someone decided it was too much. And because you were small, and they were not, you believed them. You didn't know yet that people who forget how to play will often mock those who remember. That people ashamed of their own freedom will shun those who move with joy. So you hid your color, tucked away your questions, laughed less, apologized more. The world didn't demand your silence outright. It asked only that you tone it down. Be quieter. Be appropriate. Be careful. You stopped wearing your favorite outfit, not because it wasn't beautiful, but because someone laughed. You stopped singing out loud, not because you didn't love the song, but because someone winced. You stopped dancing, not because your body didn't want to, but because someone rolled their eyes. One by one, the lights went out, And a child who once knew how to create joy out of nothing learned to fear the sound of their own delight. The shame was not in what you did, but in being seen while doing it. That's the most painful shame of all. It doesn't scream. It whispers. It says, "You're wrong," not just your actions, but your essence. And that's how the exile began. Not a banishment to another place, but a separation from yourself. You left the stage before the act was done. You learned to read the room before speaking. You studied expressions like they were tests. You became an expert at smallness. Even now, that echo lingers. You second-guess your joy. You wonder if it's too loud, too bright, too foolish. You feel the thrill of expression, and then the rush of shame. That old voice still flickers inside. Careful, quiet, don't stand out. But here's what was true, and still is the part of you they tried to silence. It never left. It waited, not with resentment, but with patience. The jester with bells in the closet, the dreamer curled in the attic, the dancer still tapping gently beneath the floorboards. Because the fool is not a joke. The fool is holy. The fool is the first one through the door of every new world. The fool dares to risk, to speak, to try. The fool is the child who believes they can fly and leaps not in ignorance but in trust. And yes, sometimes the world is unkind to that part. But unkindness is not truth. The truth is, you were radiant, wild, alive. And someone somewhere didn't know how to hold that without shrinking it. But now the shrinking is no longer required. What if you don't have to be serious to be worthy? What if laughter is not a flaw, but a form of intelligence? What if play is not childish, but the source of every true invention, every soft relationship, every healing breath? There was never anything wrong with the fool you were told not to be. The mistake wasn't yours. The mistake was theirs for thinking that safety could be built by suppressing spirit. Look now. There's a costume waiting on the hook, not to disguise but to reveal. There's a stage light flickering back to life. There's music, faint but unmistakable, beginning again. A rhythm that knows you. A rhythm that waited. You don't have to leap all at once. Just a tilt of the head toward joy. Just a soft smile in the mirror. Just a whisper. Maybe I wasn't wrong to dance. The fool you hid didn't vanish. It waited. And now, as the curtain lifts and the shame begins to ease, maybe it's safe to let a little laughter in again, not at yourself, but with yourself. There was a moment, maybe it seemed small, when the joy of trying turned into the fear of failing. A red mark on a paper, a disappointed glance, a checklist with boxes you didn't tick. The world began to measure you, and you learned to measure yourself, not by feeling, but by outcome, not by curiosity, but correctness. You began to chase the gold star, not because you loved the game, but because you feared the silence that followed a mistake. The inner voice that once cheered you on changed, became watchful, sharp. Do better, it said. That wasn't enough. It sounded like you, but it wasn't born from you. It echoed those you once tried to please. This voice didn't arrive cruel. It arrived to protect. If you were perfect, maybe they'd love you. If you pleased them, maybe you wouldn't be left behind. It became your armor. But armor is heavy, especially when you wear it inside your own mind. Now the voice is always there, judging before you act, punishing before anyone else can. It calls you lazy for needing rest, weak for wanting softness. It pretends to help, but mostly it hurts. And yet, it came from love. from a child who thought, if I'm good enough, maybe they'll stay. So ask now gently, is this voice still helping? Or is it keeping you in a story you've outgrown? You don't need to silence it, just to soften it. What if the critic was only scared? What if it just didn't know another way? You can thank it. You can tell it. You tried to protect me, but I'm safe now. And from beneath that old harshness, something new begins. A voice that doesn't rush, doesn't shame. It says, you are allowed to make mistakes. It says, you are still whole even when unsure. This voice doesn't grade you. It holds you. You were never meant to be perfect, only whole. Judgment may have once protected you, but it was never meant to be your voice forever. And now, as breath steadies and heart opens, maybe a new voice rises, one that knows how to hold, not just fix. You wake into a world already watching. Before your mouth opens, before your legs stretch, something invisible in the air has already whispered who you're expected to be. Neat, capable, polite, or maybe loud. Interesting, clever, maybe unnoticed, maybe funny, maybe useful. You don't remember the first time you slipped the mask on. It probably felt like a game, a way to survive. At school, maybe. On the playground. In the corners of adult conversations where your voice felt too sharp, too soft, too strange. You learned to scan. You watched what was rewarded, the gold stars, the quick nods, the delayed affection. You learned that some parts of you made others smile, and others made them uncomfortable. So you curated. Maybe you became the good one, the achiever, eyes bright with effort, heart tight with anxiety. Or the caretaker, always helpful, never in the way. Maybe you chose invisibility, or humor, or rebellion. Maybe you became what they warned you not to be, because at least that mask felt chosen. But chosen or not a mask it became. Each day, the layers grew. Performance woven into politeness. Tone adjusted for approval. Dreams edited to fit the script. At some point, the line between the mask and your face blurred. What began as protection became identity. And what was once play became exhausting. You smile in photos when you're tired. You say, I'm fine when you're aching. You perform excellence when you feel empty. Even alone, the audience echoes invisible, but felt. Their gaze remains. Their expectations echo. And somewhere you begin to wonder, what do I actually feel? What do I actually want? If no one were watching, who would I be? The fatigue isn't just physical. It's cellular, spiritual. It lives in your jaw, clenched from unspoken truths. In your shoulders, heavy with the weight of impression. In the space behind your eyes where your own reflection rarely feels familiar. You wear charm like armor. You wear control like safety. You wear perfection like a disguise for longing. But beneath it, always is the soft animal of your truth. Wild, messy, wondering, unscripted. Even the personas that earn praise can become prisons. The successful one feels pressure to always rise. The strong one feels shame when they cry. The funny one wonders if they'll still be loved when they're silent. The kind one burns with anger they're not allowed to express. And the peaceful one carries storms beneath the surface. There's nothing wrong with adapting. We all shapeshift, soften edges, adjust to survive. But the mask becomes dangerous when you forget it's a mask. When the performance swallows the person. When the applause replaces intimacy. When no one, not even you, remembers what lives underneath. There are moments small and startling when something breaks through. A song that moves you to tears, though you don't know why. A question that lingers longer than it should. A sudden ache, an unexpected memory, a voice inside saying, enough. Enough pretending, enough performing, enough hiding behind the character you've mastered. The persona is not evil. It served you. It kept you safe. It was the bridge between you and the world. But it was never the whole story. Only a chapter. Only a costume worn for too many scenes. And now, here you are. Behind the curtain, backstage. The lights dim. The makeup smudges. The audience is gone. Or maybe you're simply done performing for them. You take a breath. Deeper than usual. Slower. And you reach for the edge of the mask, not to rip it off, not to discard it, but to gently lift it and set it down on soft velvet, with reverence, with care. Because even masks deserve gratitude. They tried. They protected you. They held up the walls of a world too complex for your young heart to understand. But now, your heart is older, and it is asking for air. The muscles in your face soften. Your expression becomes real unposed. Your breath deepens again, and the room around you, once filled with pressure, begins to feel like a place. Not a stage, not a spotlight, just a place to be. No script, no costume, no need to impress. This moment is small, but inside it something shifts. You no longer need to be liked by everyone. You no longer need to win every room. You no longer need to match the version of yourself they imagine. You're tired, and being real is restful. Being real is quiet. Being real is enough. You do not disappear without the mask. You reappear. Bit by bit, sensation returns. Your own rhythm, your own hunger, the sound of your own voice, unfiltered. The strange, wonderful feeling of existing without explanation. You are not bad for adapting. You are brilliant to survive. But now, survival is no longer your job. Truth is. And truth doesn't need perfection. It needs presence. It needs breath. It needs kindness. So you sit here quietly, mask beside you, face relaxed, nothing to prove. Just a body remembering itself, a soul settling into skin. You don't have to live on stage anymore. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to fear being unknown. Because slowly, in the absence of performance, you are being known by yourself. And that is where all true belonging begins. You are not just the persona. You are the person who created it. And you are allowed to come home now. Let the spotlight dim. Let the makeup melt. Let the silence swell. And let yourself gently be. Masks aren't wrong. They help us belong. But there comes a moment quiet and slow when the skin beneath them longs to breathe. And in that breath, maybe, the real face begins to return. You hold a world in your hand, lit by a glow no sun could cast. Thousands of voices, stories, faces, all pulsing from a small screen. Endless scroll, endless noise, endless updates on people you once knew, barely know, or never met. And yet, you feel it, don't you? The silence inside the noise, the hollow echo in the connection. So many ways to reach out. But who truly sees you here? Not the version with the caption, not the filtered joy. You. You feel the pressure to respond, to stay visible, to not fall behind. The apps hum like veins in the background of your life. A ping, a buzz, a banner, a reel, another update, another glance, another microdose of meaning that leaves you emptier than before. Even joy becomes performative, captured, cropped package for consumption. Moments lived through the lens of how they'll be received. Was it beautiful? Or did it just photograph? Will you lie in bed at night, scrolling, eyes dry, shoulders curled, The blue light reflects on your face a kind of artificial moon. You watch others' lives parade past you. Smiling couples, morning routines, career milestones. And somewhere, your own life feels paused, muted. There's no malice in the performance, just fear. Fear of missing, fear of falling, fear of being forgotten. You check again, one more scroll, one more like, but each swipe feels lonelier than the last. Because what you want, truly, isn't another story. It's a presence. Not proximity, not data exchanged, but presence. Undivided, human, warm. The paradox is sharp. You've never been more reachable. Yet rarely do you feel reached. People reply quickly, but rarely linger. Conversations start, but drift into silence. Everyone is so available, yet so absent. You remember laughter that wasn't typed, a glance across a table that needed no emoji, the rhythm of another person's breath in the same room. You remember being there and being felt there, and still something in you hesitates to put the phone down, to step outside, to face the quiet, because the silence terrifies you too. You've been taught that solitude means rejection, that if no one is messaging, calling, liking, pinging, you don't matter. You've come to fear your own company, not because you dislike yourself, but because you've forgotten how to listen. The mind rushes to fill the quiet with comparisons, with stories of not enough, with memories that sting and futures that shrink. But what if the quiet is an emptiness? What if it's medicine? You rest the phone on your chest, its glow dimming. You feel the weight of it, how small, how heavy. Your fingers twitching less now, your breath deeper. There's no applause here, no notification, just the room, your skin, the low hum of a world beyond performance. You hear a sound, not from the device, from outside. Wind brushing against your window, or maybe it's within your own breath returning. You sit in this pause and notice something strange. The ache of loneliness starts to change, not vanish, but shift. Beneath the hunger for connection is something older, a longing for communion, not with everyone, not with hundreds, but with one, maybe even just yourself. You wonder how long it's been since you asked yourself a question and waited for the real answer. Not the curated one, not the quick one, but the honest, slow, reluctant one. What am I feeling right now? What part of me is tired of pretending? Where am I aching? Without knowing why, you ask. You listen. And in that simple act, something returns. The self beneath the surface. The being beneath the doing. Loneliness isn't just the absence of people. It's the absence of presence. Even in a crowd, even in a chat. You can be surrounded and unseen. You can perform joy and cry in secret. But you can also, right now, pause the performance. Turn inward. Make space. You don't have to delete your apps or disappear forever. You just have to reclaim your gaze. Let it return from the digital maze and land. Here, in the room you're in, on the texture of your blanket, the breath moving in and out of your chest, the soft animal of your body that never needed a filter to be worthy. The world won't stop buzzing, but you can choose to listen differently, because something inside you is not content with connection as currency. It wants intimacy that isn't counted. It wants laughter that echoes in the air. It wants presence with others and with you. So you begin again, not by reaching outward, but inward. You touch your own hand. You close your eyes. You feel the shape of your aliveness without needing to prove it. And slowly, you begin to understand solitude is not punishment. It is preparation. It is the soil from which real connection grows. It is not what breaks you. It is what returns you. You are not behind. You are not unloved. You are not forgotten. You are simply waking up from the spell of false connection and rediscovering something ancient, the simple grace of being with yourself. So let the screen rest. Let the conversation pause. Let the noise recede. And in the quiet, find yourself again. You are not missing. You are here. The world won't stop buzzing. But you can pause. And maybe in that pause, something more real begins to listen back. They walk into your life like a sunrise, sudden warmth, unexpected gravity. You look at them and feel known. Or is it remembered? There's something in their laugh, their silence, the way they look at you like they've seen some secret you didn't know you were still carrying. You lean in, not just toward them, toward a part of yourself you haven't met in years, maybe ever. At first, it feels like magic. They get you. They mirror something back, something bright, something missing. You call it love, and maybe it is, but often it's more than that, or less. Because love, real love, begins where the projection ends. At first, it's easy. The dance of shared songs, long messages nights, where the world softens. You feel seen, or do you feel seen through? You tell yourself, this is it. This is the one. Not realizing what you might be falling for isn't them, but the echo of something you've longed for. A parent who didn't notice. A wound that never closed. A part of you buried because no one ever told you it was welcome. They seem to offer it so effortlessly. A sense of safety, excitement, belonging. But slowly, the cracks show. Not because they've changed, but because the mirror begins to fog. You feel disappointed, or abandoned, or irritated. You want them to go back to how they were. But really, you want to go back to how you felt when they first entered. What you saw in them wasn't just them, it was you. Pieces of you unclaimed, unhealed, unmet. So you argue, you withdraw, you push, pull, plead. You try to shape them into the one who will finally make you whole. But that was never their job. They cannot fix what they did not break. They cannot carry what was never theirs. They cannot become the person you needed decades ago. It's not their fault. It's not your fault. It's the way relationships reflect us, not as we appear in mirrors, but as we truly are underneath the layers. And that reflection is rarely easy to face. Sometimes they seem too distant, and it stings because that echo says, I am not worth staying for. Other times, they love you well, and that stings too because the echo says, if they truly knew me, they'd leave. The echo, always the echo. It follows you, reverberates through touch-tone timing. It says, prove yourself. It says, don't get too close. It says, people leave. But what if the echo isn't a curse? What if it's a message? A signal from the self asking to be witnessed, not by them, but by you. You were never meant to disappear inside another. You were never meant to abandon yourself in love. You were meant to expand, to soften, to reveal. And real intimacy, it begins not when we are finally loved, but when we stop performing. You think back to that moment, the one that cracked something in you. Maybe they snapped. Maybe they pulled away. Maybe they just didn't understand the thing you needed most. And you shut down. Just a little. Just enough to protect the child inside who's been here before. But now, With hindsight softening the edges, you wonder, what if they weren't failing me? What if they were showing me where I have not yet learned to hold myself? You sit with that. Let it ache. Let it breathe. You remember all the times you tried to earn love, tried to be perfect, tried to never ask for too much, tried to be whatever version would keep someone close. But love, real love, doesn't need a script. It asks for your presence, not your performance. It welcomes your trembling. It honors your anger. It holds space for the part of you that still doesn't know how to be held. You realize now you were always looking in their eyes for something that was hiding in your own. So slowly, courageously, you begin to remove the mask in relationship too. Not all at once, not with a dramatic unmasking, but gently, like a zipper at the edge of your fear, like a confession whispered under the covers. I'm afraid you'll leave if you see the real me. I feel safer when I pretend. I don't know how to need someone without disappearing. You speak the truth, and maybe they stay. Maybe they soften. Maybe they speak back with their own trembling. Or maybe they don't. And that's part of the story too. Because love is not about completion. It's about recognition. And sometimes the greatest act of love is letting someone go when they can no longer walk with your truth. But more often than not, when the masks drop, something surprising happens. A new layer of intimacy opens. A shared breath, a shared shadow. Not fixed, not healed, but honored. You begin to love them more fully because you see them not the fantasy. And you allow yourself to be loved more fully because you are no longer hiding. It's quieter here, less fireworks, more firelight. The kind of love that listens, that pauses, that says, I see your fear, and I'm not running. You return to your own reflection, not in glass, but in presence, in how your body feels when you are honest, in how your breath moves when you're no longer pretending. This is the intimacy you craved. This is the love that lasts, not because it's perfect, but because it's true. And truth, even when it shakes, is the only thing worth building anything on. You are not just the echo. You are the one who can answer it, not with a better mask, but with your actual face, eyes open, heart soft, voice steady. Not everyone will stay, but the ones who do will love the you that doesn't need to earn it anymore. So tonight, if you feel the ache, the longing, the loneliness, the disappointment, let it come, let it speak, and then listen. Not for their voice, but for yours. Because the echo you've chased in others has always been the voice of your own soul, calling you home. What you saw in them, maybe it was always trying to return to you. And as the echo fades and your body softens, maybe what remains isn't performance, but presence. You step through a tall stone arch worn smooth by years of passing thoughts. The sky above is deep indigo, now brushed with the final hush of twilight. In the inner court, the place you've always carried, but often forgotten, awaits with a soft pulse. No torches burn here, only the faint shimmer of stillness like moonlight caught in the folds of a robe. There was a time when this space was loud. You remember. Judges barked at memory, jesters danced in fear's shadow, and every echo ricocheted with the ache of being misunderstood. The crowd was never seen, only felt those inner spectators, with arms crossed and brows furrowed, whispering critiques in the back rows of your own skull. You moved through those chambers like a defendant without trial, always justifying, always editing, always explaining. Even in silence, The inner court rang with argument. But not tonight. Tonight the doors groan softly as they close behind you, and no one stands to object. The air is warm, touched with the faint curl of incense jasmine and cedarwood lifting gently toward the stars. What once was theater is now temple. What once was a trial becomes ritual. Each stone underfoot remembers your steps. It welcomes them. And there ahead, in the glow, sits the fool. You had expected a smirk, perhaps a pirouette. But the figure is still. No juggling, no bells. Just eyes that shimmer like rain-soaked moss, and a mouth curved not in irony, but in something older, something like recognition. The fool bows slowly, reverently, before a mirror that reflects only candlelight and shadow. And for the first time, you do not brace. You bow too. There is no performance here, no punchline, just return. This is not about becoming someone new. It never was. It's about recognizing the sanctuary you've already built, the one beneath the noise, beneath the striving, beneath the lifelong clamor of better, better, better. The walls of this place are made of patience. The roof is quiet, and the voices that once collided now sit in soft assembly, not silenced, not erased, just softened, like old friends who no longer need to prove their points. You hear them now, not as interruptions, but as music. The stern voice, once rigid, now hums a lullaby. The anxious one taps a gentle rhythm, keeping time like a heart that no longer races but remembers. Even the voice that used to mock that cruel mimic of your fears speaks with a tremble of kindness. Not because the fear is gone, but because it was heard. The fool tilts their head, gesturing not outward, but inward. This is the work now. Not silence, but listening differently. Each word you speak to yourself becomes a broom sweeping the sacred floor. Not to clean away what is, but to tend to it. A whisper becomes a brushstroke. A sigh becomes incense. Even hesitation, even doubt they belong here too. No longer scolded, no longer locked out. You breathe. A deep breath. The kind that starts in the earth and moves up through your ribs like forgiveness. And for once, you don't rush past it. You stay with it. Inhale, exhale. The old rhythm, the original companion. A thought arises, one you used to judge. I'm tired. But tonight you don't argue. You nod. Yes, I know. And the thought rests, finally held, finally safe. Another follows. I never got it all right. Again, no battle, just breath. Of course you didn't. And it too dissolves not into absence, but into peace. This is the shift. From conflict to companionship. From critique to care. You are no longer the interrogator of your own being. You are its keeper, its host, its quiet witness. In the corner of the court, a child version of you peeks out, clutching a corner of the tapestry. The one who once hid from all this noise. They are barefoot, eyes wide. And when you reach out your hand, they come easily, no longer fearing judgment. You lift them onto the smooth stone seat beside you, and together you sit, watching nothing, saying little, just being. Above the night deepens. A single feather floats down from the rafters. It lands in your palm, a symbol with no demand. Light, simple, present. You think of all the years you tried to fix yourself, as if you were broken furniture, as if worthiness was something earned through self-sculpting. But tonight there is no hammer, no chisel, only warmth, only breath. The fool leans back now, their eyes twinkling in the candlelight. No mask, no jest, no trick. Just a human-shaped reminder that sometimes the most sacred truths wear silly hats and carry no answers. You do not need clarity to be kind. You do not need resolution to rest. The court dims further. not into darkness, but into glow. Amber light kisses the stone. A breeze drifts in from an unseen window, rustling the tapestries, carrying the faint music of your own heartbeat. This is you now. Not the performance, not the defense, but the hearth, the keeper of breath, the listener of voices, the one who knows that rest is not a reward but a right. Even the crowd that once booed now sits in silence. Or perhaps they've left. Or perhaps they were never there, not really. Just echoes of an old survival strategy. And survival, beloved, is no longer the only mode. You are allowed to soften. You are allowed to be gentle, even with thoughts that once frightened you. They are all just messengers, some misunderstood, some loud, but none of them villains. The inner court is no longer a place of strategy. It is sanctuary. Each corner echoes with the murmur of self-acceptance, not perfection, not transcendence. Just this: I am here. I am listening. I am enough. The fool rises, now bows, once more not to you, but with you. A bow to the space itself, to the breath that built it, to the thousands of quiet decisions that led here. And you rise too, not to leave, not to change, just to stretch your limbs in this new softness. The child version of you slips their hand into yours. The mirror reflects only flame. Not every temple needs chanting. Some are made of quiet breath and half smiles. And as you step inside, maybe you find you've always belonged here. The candle from the inner court still flickers behind your ribs. You carry it with you now, not like a torch to fight the dark, but like a hearth that never left. And through the hush of this new space, the fool returns, not entering, but already present, as if they'd always been walking just behind you, waiting for your pace to slow. No clatter, no riddle, just the faint jingling of bells, softened by time. You turn, and they're there, barefoot, unarmed, not even smiling, just watching, waiting, breathing. Not the intruder of your doubt, not the saboteur of your plans. Tonight, the fool is something else, a kind of compass, the sort you only learn to trust once you've stopped racing. You once feared this figure, called them frivolous, impulsive, reckless. You locked them out during serious seasons, demanded they stay silent while you built, earned, achieved. But they never left, only wandered the edge of your awareness, humming to the tune of things you weren't ready to hear. The fool does not argue. They don't need to. They exist beyond defense. They kneel now, pressing a palm to the ground, eyes closed, listening not for logic, not for answers, but for the soft tremble beneath the earth, for what you might call feeling, for what you might have once called weakness. And then they laugh, not the loud laugh of mockery, but the soft one, the laugh that trembles like a violin string in the chest, the kind that says, I know, and I'm still here. You watch them, and the memory of their presence floods you. They were there at your most serious moments, grinning during job interviews, whispering during heartbreak, skipping across the sharp edges of grief with bare feet. You tried to hush them. You thought they were sabotaging you. But really, they were saving something you hadn't yet learned to value wonder. And now, as the room quiets again, they speak not in riddles, not in songs, but in a single phrase: you made it. No applause, no fanfare, just those words, like a hand on your back, like the sun finally reaching your skin. The fool was never here to test you. They were the part of you that remembered joy, the one who knew that play was not the opposite of seriousness, but its necessary twin, the one who wasn't afraid to be seen dancing alone, the one who didn't confuse shame for safety. They were the courage that came disguised as chaos. And now you see them differently, not as a wild card, but as a weather vane, spinning not out of control, but in deep conversation with the wind. Not random, responsive, pointing not to answers, but to honesty. You realize now, the more whole you become, the more room there is for this foolishness, this sacred absurdity, this joyful refusal to perform. It isn't regression, it's release. The return to the part of you that never believed worthiness had to be earned. The fool walks beside you now. The path is simple, no destination, just dirt and breath, just space. The stars above don't blink. They beam. Like they know the game too. Like they've been watching it for lifetimes. And then the fool stops. From beneath their robe, they produce their hat familiar bent, frayed at the edge, a bell dangling from the tip. You brace for the performance. But there isn't one. They don't place it on your head. They don't twirl it like a trick. They just hold it out. For you, they whisper, not to wear, just to remember. You take it. It's lighter than you thought. Almost nothing. But the weight of it, the meaning of it, roots you. This is not a costume anymore. It's a compass. A reminder that wisdom is not always solemn. That depth can laugh. That the truest truths often arrive clothed in ridiculousness. The fool steps back. Their eyes glisten like someone watching a child walk for the first time. Pride without possession. Joy without agenda. And then they sit right there in the dirt, watching the wind move through the trees. They are no longer the center of the story. They are its pulse. You no longer fear them. You walk forward, the hat tucked into your chest like a relic, like a promise. Ahead, a window opens, just a wooden frame in the middle of a field. There's no wall, no building, just the frame. And beyond it, dawn begins. The sky turning not to fire, but to rose. You step through and nothing changes, except everything. Behind you, the fool remains seated, legs crossed, whistling softly. Not to get your attention, just because the tune lives there. They are not gone. They are integrated, not erased, embodied. And that's when it settles in you. The parts of you tried to exile, the silly, the sensitive, the spontaneous, they were never wrong. They were just too tender for a world obsessed with armor. But now you are learning the rhythm of openness, the protection of play, the sacredness of not knowing. You do not need to be certain to be true. You do not need to be right to be whole. The fool knew this, always did. And now, so do you. So you sit too, just there beside the window frame to nowhere. The morning air is cool, brushing your cheeks like a mother's hand. You watch nothing. You think nothing. You are not preparing. You are not striving. You are. The fool, still humming, glances over with a half smile. And in that look, you feel the entire journey, the mistakes, the detours, the laughter that bubbled up, even in heartbreak. And it's all welcome now. All of it. Not every part of you needs to be polished. Some need to dance. Some need to cry in the middle of a joke. Some need to wear bells and skip the script. You hold the hat to your chest. A reminder, a compass, a sacred absurdity. The sun crests, and nothing is missing. The fool doesn't vanish. They linger, not to disrupt, but to remind you are still allowed to dance. Even now. Especially now. Night falls like a final breath, soft, unlabored, holy in its simplicity. The stars arrive not in haste, but in ceremony, each one a whisper of the infinite. And you here beneath their gaze are not a question needing answer, not a wound needing remedy, just here. The court has dimmed. The fool rests. The mirrors no longer reflect critique, only candlelight. And the voice inside the one you've spent years wrestling, correcting, fearing, editing, leans in now closer than ever, with no judgment in its mouth. This is the voice you can live with. Not the critic in disguise. Not the echo of unmet expectations. But the one that stays with you in the quiet. The one who doesn't flinch at your unmade bed, your unfinished thoughts, your imperfect breath. It doesn't correct you now. It rocks you. You've spent a lifetime speaking to yourself in a language not your own, borrowed tone, borrowed urgency, borrowed blame. But tonight, you begin again. Not in fluency, but in presence. You speak not to fix, not to motivate, but to witness. And what comes out, nothing complicated, nothing profound. Just I'm still here. That's all. That's everything. You let it land in the center of your chest like a pebble into still water. No splash, just ripples, just truth. Because at the end of all your striving, all your becoming, what remains is this companionship, this quiet truce with your own mind. The self is not a project. It is a place, and you are the one who lives there. The voice you now hear isn't trying to save you. It doesn't raise its volume to compete with pain. It doesn't disappear when joy fades. It hums through every season like wind around a candle. And slowly you begin to trust it. Not because it is perfect, but because it is kind. Kind enough to stay when you're tired. Kind enough to pause when you stumble. Kind enough to wait when you go silent. You used to crave silence as escape. Now it feels like return. Not an absence of sound, but the presence of grace. Every breath, a bridge. Every pause, a prayer. Every inhale, the beginning of a sentence too sacred to finish. This is what solitude really means. Not loneliness, not lack, but company so deep it needs no words. You lie back now, the sky, a tapestry of forgiveness. The ground beneath you, no longer hard, but held. And as your body softens, your mind, once a courtroom, once a battlefield, once a rehearsal stage, becomes something else. A meadow, a sanctuary, a chorus. Yes, that's it. The voice you live with is not one voice. It is many. And they are learning to sing together. You are not the judge anymore, not the fixer. You are the conductor. You gesture gently, and the voice of fear does not get silenced. It gets a harmony. The voice of doubt, a low hum grounding. The voice of wonder. It rises high and clear, and beneath them all the quiet rhythm of breath, the original percussion. No voice is banished. No part is shamed. You no longer strive to be better. You listen for coherence, for the sound of belonging. And as the song settles into your skin, something else arrives, not a thought, but a knowing. There is nothing left to fix, not because nothing is broken, but because nothing is unloved. You cradle your own name now, not as proof of identity, but as poetry. A sound the soul makes when it remembers it is held. Your body remembers too. The weight of exhaustion no longer pulls you down, it rocks you. The ache behind your eyes is not a problem. It is a signal you've looked long and hard for meaning. Now you can rest. You do not need to earn this sleep. You do not need to resolve everything before you lie down. You are allowed to enter the stillness exactly as you are, unfinished, uncertain completely enough. And so you do. One breath, one exhale, One kind word whispered into the night. You are safe. That word safe lands softly like a blanket, and beneath it, your nervous system loosens its grip. Your jaw unclenches. Your stomach stops bracing. The body has heard the message it's been waiting years to believe. You are not being watched. You are not being measured. You are simply being, even in the dark, especially in the dark. This now is the most intimate conversation of your life. Not dramatic, not loud, just deeply honest. A sacred conversation with the only voice you'll hear every single day you're alive. And you ask it, can we live like this? The voice smiles. Not with lips, with silence, with presence, with a breath that sounds like yes. Yes. You can speak gently now, even when you're hurting. You can slow down, even when urgency whispers lies. You can be curious, even about your own mess. You can be kind, even when you don't feel okay. Because kindness is not a mood. It is a choice, a rhythm, a muscle that grows in quiet repetition. And the more you practice it, the more your inner world shifts not into perfection, but into peace. The page turns, not because the chapter is over, but because your hand knows when to release. You close the journal in your mind. Let the last sentence remain unfinished. Let the candle flicker. Let the breeze come. And as your eyes begin to soften and your breath deepens into the ocean's lull, the voice speaks one final time tonight. Not advice, not explanation. Just a whisper, like memory, like prophecy, like home. You're allowed to stop now, and you do. And now, the voice is quiet. The fool rests. The silence no longer asks, but holds. Sleep comes not as forgetting, but remembering who you are when no one else is looking.